Uh-huh. Mm. Good evening, chat. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Good evening, Obnoxious. Tonight we're doing some OW2. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. What? There's some big boots. What's going on down here? Player icon sprays. Stuff people. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good, guys. So yesterday we played some games. It started out all right, and then kind of went to poop. We'll see how things go tonight here, guys. Yeah. Oh, yeah. First, we're going to do some of the tubes. Do some tubing here. Oh, yeah. Got my new system in. Got my 7950X 3D in. Gonna give that a whirl. Cards are already down, guys. Unfortunately, I had a lot of shit that just happened yesterday, and yeah, had to take care of that. And that's spent some time doing that. So here we are. Righty. Let's take a look at the tubes, see what's going on here. Got a B1M. Buying giant laptops. I think that's kind of like a gamer thing. Like, for some reason, they seem to think getting a really good laptop is a good deal. A good value proposition was not. I want a really cool gaming laptop, like, so I can take it along with me wherever I go. Kind of makes sense. But it's also super, super... Inflexible, mobile? All those things. Inconvenient. Extremely inconvenient. Your power supplies? No. This is basically the thing from crypto mining. This is, you can get, like, tiny little power supplies that are basically like wires. That's what that is. I don't know if I want to watch that. Full leak. Oh my god. It's a full leak. It says so. It says full leak. It's a full leak. What AV's bitching about? Oh yeah. It's like YouTubing is basically just went to the point of like what ifs. Like, what if you made just like a stupid idea from a kid and then turned it into something? Oh. Weapon launch? Oh, that's a gun. Ooh, graphic. Very graphic. Bunch of needles. Tattoo, if you didn't know, is just literally just a bunch of needles going into your skin over and over and over again. Yep. Have my coffee brewing too. I mean, this isn't something that's really kind of a throwback. Isn't really something that would be. I mean, kind of is. Let's take a look at the Devourer. Devourers are pretty interesting. I'm gonna get my coffee too. Intentional.
Ready to go? All right. Hi, welcome back to another video. Sheik just joined us, and we are actually here because we want to take a look at this Evercool mini water cooler, which
Antique.
is a sealed unit. It's almost 20 years old. It's from end 2004. It's some kind of an like all-in-one water cooling solution, which we will try to check out today, see how this performs on a nowadays CPU. This specific unit is from Evercool, which was kind of like a bigger brand back then. I still have like 5 or 6 other very obscure coolers in my collection. Definitely going to check them out over the next like months and years. Of course, this is the mini water cooler, and I mean, it's your best choice and you will get amateur to expert in no time. And what kind of looks like a fridge or like a speaker, that should be the radiator. There were 3 different versions available: CPU, VGA, and HDD. This is the CPU version. You can already spot some tubing and fitting. And also, I mean, take off your loudly air cooler and replace it with your water cooler. Checking out the features on the back side, we can see that it's advertising silent operation, where we have to keep in mind that probably like 2004, silent meant something different than today. Also, they're advertising a water level alarm and also pump alarm. So they should have some kind of sensors in there or something. Should be quite interesting. Thank God these blister packagings didn't make it to today's packaging, because that is annoying. But at least I have some support from Sheik to open it. The packaging design from back then is also an interesting story. Continuing with the unboxing, we can find this tubing, also already equipped with some, I wouldn't call it fittings, but it's like half a fitting. And I mean, with this you can see that back then, like almost 20 years ago, it was far away from what we see today with all the G14 thread like connections you have on most of the water blocks. Like on here, it's not even an inner thread, it's like an outer thread, so it's completely different. But that should probably work. And yeah, I mean, here we have the CPU block, as you can see.
Worst case scenario is you use barbs.
Like nice, high quality looking surface. Hey there. Interesting, interesting. With the protective film removed, it's still a pretty nice, shiny surface, considering that this is like 20 years old. We have some screws, which means that we can also go ahead and open this in a second. We can see a bit of corrosion on the outer areas where the like foil was not sitting firmly on the surface. Also, if we check like reflections, it's always a nice way to do that. You can see that the outer areas, even though it's a very shiny surface, you can see that it's not entirely straight, which should still be okay, I guess. But let's open this. Removed the screw. Yeah, I removed the screws. That's not what I expected. I kind of thought, I mean, this is just a cover. I kind of thought that we can maybe like look at the structure. Well, maybe not. I asked for further assistance to analyze this block. As you can see, this is not what I expected. I thought you could maybe take it apart, but it seems to be at least 2 parts of copper, maybe 3. And then it's sealed with some sort of like epoxy stuff. At least it's pretty hard, and seems like we cannot open this without killing it.
Ah, what a mess. I got my coffee, guys.
Obviously the old cooler is not compatible to AM5. That's why we are quickly milling our own custom bracket to make the cooler compatible.
Oh yeah?
That should work fine, I guess. Now we should
It's a
have our
fucking
block ready
CNC
for
machine
AM5
for
mounting
pet
because
projects
it's
for YouTube.
like other
That's
box
ridiculous.
contents. It's just a big amount of like mounting materials for different sockets, like I don't know,
Yeah.
Pentium 4 and stuff.
Ooh.
Not sure what this is. But there's also other stuff included, like this anti-freeze water. It reads that you should mix this in like 3.5 to 1 ratio. And apparently it's also like anti-corrosion stuff. And considering that like this has been in there for like 20 years, looks still pretty good. So these
I
are
mean,
some
antifreeze lasts a
locking
really
rings,
long
I think
time.
they're called, like security rings. You put on these fittings to secure the tubing, and this like tiny plier is to open and close them. But now we have to check out this thing, which just looks like a tiny fridge. I mean, it's somewhat comparable because at least it's a radiator for cooling, but very interesting design, I guess. Below this mesh, we would find an 80mm fan. According to the manual, this should be to set the fan speed. I guess it's going to be very simple, maybe switch from like 7 to 12 volts, something like that. 4-pin Molex for power supply. Here we can add our fittings, like for tubing. And I mean,
Yeah.
this is not only a
They didn't need to
radiator,
dissipate
but it's
200 watts
also
back then.
including the pump and also reservoir at the same time. That's why we also have this.
Tried to make it kind of stylish and cool looking. Yeah. Nowadays it's all business. All business.
Honestly, I really like it. It's a pretty cool design, especially considering how old it is.
Bit of
It's
aesthetic
very
going on there.
compact, so we have this tiny radiator.
It's probably made for
As
me
you
like
can see,
60
it's
watts.
a tube-based radiator with copper tubes and aluminum fins. As expected, we have an 80mm fan sitting on top. The wire going to the left to the case is, I guess, for like some LED light for the case to light up the logo. Apart from that, there is not really much on it, like no control circuits or anything. And if I got it right, I'm still sure that it's just switching some voltage, like pretty simple. That's a nice design though. We can see the pump in the reservoir. So if we fill this up, it's going to fill up this reservoir in here and then like just simply pump it. It's a pretty neat design for this time.
It is.
And also
It
especially
is.
for the space.
It does scream
Pretty
90s.
nice. We
Or
want
late,
to test it
early
with this
O's.
setup, which is a B650E Aros Master paired with a 7900X. I mean,
Uh-huh.
compared to any of the most recent Intel CPUs, it's going to be much more efficient. Still, I guess, for an 80mm radiator, it could still be a challenge. To also get
65
some
watts.
sort of comparison value, we will first perform a test with this 280 AIO.
60
After 10
watts.
minutes of gaming load, we have roughly 62 degrees Celsius on average during load, with about 82 watt as like constant load.
Ooh.
And the AIO is running at 1000 RPM fan speed fixed. In Cinebench R20, we see close to 90 degrees Celsius peak with a single R20.
Oh, it's gonna throttle the fuck out of that.
After doing the gaming test. To mount our CNC milled mounting brackets.
No
as
sound
discovered,
comparison?
we now
You could even use a
need
decimal
some
meter. Decimal
resistance
meters are really
sensors,
cheap.
some
Even though they're kind of
standoffs
shit,
with,
you can definitely
like
get a cheap one.
thumb screws. Luckily for this
Please,
kind of
Bauer.
purpose, we have this adapter and offset mounting kit, and you can.
Where's the
already kind of guess
sans,
what's inside just
which is just
looking
another way for
at
saying
this
decimal.
drawing in the front. So we have these
Zone.
standoffs, pretty much adapters from UNC thread to M4 thread or like M3. Both are included, and we have these thumb nuts and also the offset mounting brackets for offset mounting. We're not going to do the offset mounting today. That's going to be something for a different video, but this should make mounting a lot easier. And regarding the offset mounting, just to also talk about this quickly to prevent some kind of comments, we tested this a few months ago, but I kind of messed up the testing, and my conclusion back then that it's not really worth it. But you guys spotted that I actually did a mistake in testing. Then I tested again and it was actually worth it. So we made these kind of like offset mounting standoffs, which we will cover in a separate topic. These standoffs in particular are interesting for direct die mounting because they lower the distance between the PCB and like your cooler plate. The distance between like the bottom thread and the PCB is 8mm. So your cooler can potentially sit quite a bit lower than stock, and this will make it easier in case you go for direct die mount.
Ooh.
And now put the adapter plate on. This looks quite decent. Now I have to attach the tubing, and then time to fill up the AIO, if you can call it AIO. Finished with the tubing, also connected the 4-pin modex to the front. Now I just have to put water inside. It's probably going to be exciting because it's a pretty small diameter. Perfect. The detail they put into the manual is actually outstanding. So a lot of different mounting
they used to have
mechanisms,
manuals, guys.
all sorts of variation.
Not just a shitty PDF online.
Everything, and like mounting inside the case. Nothing about filling. Perfect. I guess this will take a while. I will now power on the system without a GPU first, just to make sure that like
loud noise, guys.
Leaking, pump is running. Let's see. Evercool, please tell me what's wrong. I mean, this manual is great. It's telling me a lot of things I don't need, and all the things I need are not in there. But yeah, I'm not sure why Evercool like continues to scream at me, but I mean, if we look at the description, it tells us that it has some sort of alarm for either
probably pumping it. So if he first starts to pump, it's going to pump it through the system and it's going to draw the level down. So you should have actually pumped it with the cap off to see the water level drop down and then fill it up more.
Or for a low amount of water. But we can see that the pump is working and the water is filled until like the max. Like
so you checked it already.
To the limit.
It's a fan?
Well, we lost some due to like some air being stuck in the like last tube, but now, as you can see, this is like filled all the way to the top. Maybe this can fix it. Test number 2.
Fan running?
Nice.
Yep, that's where you chop off the speaker.
To maybe call, like, the fire department or something. Seems like the only way to maybe fix this is open it and check the internals again, which means that I will.
It could be the level sensor, whatever's using to make contact, is just
everything.
Just went to shit over time.
And the IC on there, because on the front side there's basically nothing, but on here we have a small circuit with LM399, which is like a comparator, and I think it's like dual input. It's comparing the sensor for filling and also the sensor of the pump, which is probably just some RPM signal, to some set like comparison value, and something seems to be off there. Not sure if maybe one value is not correct or if like the comparison value is not correct. Also, I mean, this looks hand soldered, not quite sure on the quality of this.
Got a lemon?
I might debug it further, but worst case I will just take off this annoying speaker. I at least did some sort of debugging, checked the fan speed signal is there, pump speed signal is there, and the sensor is outputting, like the water level sensor is outputting 10 volt. Not sure if that's supposed to be that way or if it's supposed to be lower, but also unplugging this one did not help. So I decided to just simply like solder off the speaker. And now we will check again. Second attempt, now like filled everything connected again. Let's retry.
Disabled.
This, we can control the fan speed.
Disable the alarm system.
With orange is like set to high. And you can also see that there is definitely some flow going on. That should be fine. This looks also good, like nothing is leaking, so I can now continue testing. It's a bit worse than I expected, but I mean, it's also quite a bit lower surface area than previously. It's also running at the lower fan speed setting, and we see about 14 to 15 Kelvin higher temperatures than before. It's the same setting, same game, same roughly CPU package power. I mean, it's doable, it would run, but it's quite a bit worse. Obviously, the surface area is so much smaller, but let's add turbo mode.
Oh.
And wait another 10 minutes.
Oh.
I guess it's not worth even finishing the 10 minutes because it's like best case 2 Kelvin less than before, but it's like a lot louder, but temperature does not really improve. Now we're checking Cinebench 20 again, and already looking at the idle temperature, I have the feeling this is going to be difficult. Doesn't even seem to be that bad. It's like at least pulling 150 watt. Honestly, I thought this would be much worse because we only lost like 400 points. That is still pretty amazing.
It's pretty good.
I mean, it was starting to thermal throttle because we hit 95 degrees Celsius. You could also see that at the like power consumption, but still, we only lost 400 points. I expected this to be much worse. Cooling-wise, I think if you go back to like 2004, 2005, like Pentium 4, maybe a Prescott, should have been fine cooling-wise, especially at a high fan speed mode. I mean, the fan speed doesn't really do anything.
You got to
With
replace that with
like
some,
power draw, also the CPUs from back then,
what are
like
they?
60 to 80 watt, probably typical also in gaming scenarios.
Vantex? No.
Would have been totally fine. Same as with the
The
Ryzen
5,000 RPM,
5900X.
6,000
I mean,
RPM
for
fans.
any like daily
Got to replace it with a
scenario,
6,000
it's not going
RPM
to be
fan.
great, but it would work. As long as you don't like render or anything, I guess this should be fine. I also want to point out that, I mean, we're looking at this like as an external radiator solution, but technically you could have also put this like inside your PC, because on the back there were like also like 80 by 80 millimeter like threads, so you could put it in the back side of your PC. So that's something that would have been possible, and yeah, I guess you would just use it with low fan speed mode, and then it could have been considered silent, especially if you go back to like 2004. I think we had different standards back then for like a loud PC or like a more silent PC. Yeah. I guess that was another interesting video for a very obscure cooling.
I guess
solution
130
from back
watts
then. I
is
actually have another
pretty
cooling solution
pretty high
that's
back then,
also, like,
which is
even
what he's
more
drawing,
obscure
which
than
is
this
still
one.
pretty good
I
today.
hope you check back for that. Thanks for tuning in. See you next time. Bye bye.
Always fun to take a discontinued product and see how they hold up. Yeah, Zalman has a couple of them really cool looking heat sinks. They don't work very well though. I went through a couple of them over the course of the years before I bought my Noctua. Yeah, that was a fool's errand right there. They look really cool, but it basically just comes down to surface area, guys. It turns into a giant fucking block. Two giant blocks, and that's it. Yeah. It's EVE bitching about. We'll take a peek. Noctua. Yeah. Still streaming. Okay.
Screw extractors. These are from the Rigid. They come off of the rape wagon. Pay twice as much and get half as little. But at the same time, you know, once he gets you in that van, partner, you ain't leaving. A busted Forstner here. Stripped out. I don't know what it is about the torques, and you'll apologize for the town pump CNC running in the background. We got a little screw. We're going to extract it. Now, the whole kit handier than a dumpster behind the Quickie Mart. But you end up using these. They're kind of a tool of last resort before you just plain old melt the thing out. As you can see, you got a little summer teeth here. Some are there, some are there. It's good. Some are here, rather. Some are there. It's good to replace, if you can, remember to replace the busted bits or just have spares. On account of, if you got it, you won't need it. If you ain't got it, damn sure as hell, you're gonna need it.
Definitely.
First thing you got to do is drill the hole. Now there are some drill guide bushings in your under kit, but they're essentially just for rattling around because nobody uses them. Drill it as far as you possibly think you can, and it's still never deep enough. And then if you'd focus, you fuck, you get that in there, and then tap it in. And you swing that purse progressively harder until it bottoms right out. That's you get your old nut lathes, the Swedish thumb detecting nut fucker. Nah, there we go. Now you leave it in a little bit. On account of swinging your purse so hard, you'll never get the Jesus things out.
Pretty much.
But the only thing these Visa grips are good for, proprioception. Put a little hair around it. And it's wiggling the extractor out. And by wiggling, I mean hammering the ever-living fuck out of her. Hammer time. You'll note there's no corrosion on that fastener, meaning we got lucky. But that's how you use these kind of rigid, long extractors.
Good.
Sometimes you get lucky.
So it looks like the extractor is actually made where you can just cut off the end. Basically, when it gets gnarled, you can just chop it off, and you just keep having a replaceable end essentially for it. It's actually a pretty cool system. I don't know if that's exactly what it's made for. I think it is though. Good. I don't know. Maybe we'll take a look at Gamer Nexus video. Not tonight though. Not tonight. Now the meaty bits, B1M or John Wick. I'll take a look at John Wick. I'm probably going to watch John Wick, but John Wick just being an action movie, there really isn't much to it. So,
The John
I'm
Wick
gonna watch it when it goes to
series
the
is one
movie
of the most
or
interesting
to.
franchises to come out of the past 10
Is
years.
it?
Especially because, let's be honest here, not many people saw it coming. The original from
Literally just an
2014
action movie.
was a low-budget action flick when all anyone was making at the time were tentpole superhero movies. It had an inexperienced director and a middle-aged action star who hadn't had a hit movie in years. On paper, it should have been just another cheap, disposable, low-effort dumpster fire that went straight to Blu-ray, probably starring Nick Cage or Bruce Willis. Even the studio didn't believe in it, almost pulling the fund in literally weeks before principal photography was due to start. But somehow the planets aligned and all the right people came together to deliver one of the best action films of the past 20 years, reinvigorating a genre that had run out of energy and ideas and resurrecting the career of Keanu Reeves. It was cool and brooding and violent, delivering impressive long-take action sequences that laughed in the face of bigger budget productions, set up a rich criminal underworld of elaborate rules and rituals, and forged one of the coolest and most iconic characters of the past decades. The sequel delivered more of the same, only bigger and more refined, doubling the box office haul of its predecessor and cementing John Wick as a viable long-term franchise, while the third movie amped everything up to 11 and went so far over the top that it became almost a parody of itself. But again, the box office haul was enormous, which left the filmmakers at a bit of a crossroads. Do you keep chasing bigger and bigger returns at the expense of quality and artistic integrity, or do you bow out while you're still on top? Well, the answer comes in the form of John Wick Chapter 4, a movie that could well be Mr. Wick's final outing. Or not, if the latest headlines are to be believed. Anyway, you're not here for box office speculation, so don your bulletproof business suits and let's do this.
So,
the film
I pointed out, and one of the reasons I didn't actually watch John Wick in theater, and I'm not going to, is just like with The Matrix 4, Keanu Reeves is old, and based on what happened with Indiana Jones, I don't know if I want to have Keanu Reeves ruined for me. Basically, if you watch Matrix 4, which you shouldn't, by the way, he had his better years 20 years prior. So he's like now 50, 60, something like that. He's like 60 years old right now. Yeah, so he's a lot more spry 20 years younger, but here we are.
Picks up sometime after the events of the third movie. John Wick's now recovering from being shot multiple times at close range and thrown off the roof of a 6-story building, because those are definitely the kinds of injuries that you can bounce back from.
Are you serious?
Anyway, the problem is that he's still excommunicated from the High Table, the governing body that oversees assassins all over the world. So naturally, he does what John Wick does best, and murders the leader of the High Table. But all actions have consequences, and the High Table send one of their best men, the Marquis
I don't
de
know what that
Gramont,
is.
to take
I wonder
John
if I have a
down
defective
for good.
processor.
On the plus side, Winston's able to fill in John on an ancient rule that he can use to his advantage. If he challenges the Marquis to a one-on-one duel and wins, his excommunication will be lifted and his freedom restored. Wow, that's lucky. It's a shame that he never told him about that rule in the previous movie, because it would have been pretty fucking useful. The only problem is that in order to challenge the Marquis, he needs a major crime family to sponsor him. So he goes back to the Ruska Roma syndicate and asks them to sponsor him, but they'll only do it if he kills the man who killed their former leader. Ugh. So basically, you can break down his objectives like this: kill the boss, get sponsored, challenge the Marquis, fight his way to the site of the duel, unlock the final boss battle, and win the game.
Flawless victory.
Complicating things even further are a bounty hunter named Mr. Nobody and a former friend named Kane who's been blackmailed into hunting him. But will John Wick be able to fight his way through to the end and win his freedom, or will this be his last stand? If I had to sum up John Wick 4 in one sentence, I'd say it's the perfect adaptation of a video game that never got made. The story structure is exactly the kind of mission-based objective system that you'd find in a game, always keeping the action moving from one objective to the next and culminating in a series of big blowout action scenes linked together by quest-giving characters who point you to the next clue and demand something before helping you progress. And all of this leading into a one-on-one confrontation with the final boss. There's definitely good and bad aspects to this. On the plus side, the pacing rarely drags because the action almost never lets up. The script is always hurtling towards the next objective or the next big confrontation without getting hung up on pesky little details like logic or plot coherence. And don't worry, I'll talk more about that soon enough. 1 minute John's in Osaka, the next he's in New York, then Berlin, then Paris. It's basically a whistle-stop tour of every cool action movie backdrop that that you've always wanted to
Well,
see.
luckily, there's
The cast
plenty
are
of
all
movies
on
that
top
don't have
form
fight
here.
scenes, so...
Keanu Reeves proves once again that he must be some kind of immortal vampire. Despite pushing 60, he's still able to move and fight like a much younger man, and he's still got the kind of effortless cool that made him so compelling
I
in
mean,
the first film.
I saw
God
Matrix
only
4,
knows what
so...
would happen if him and Tom Cruise ever appeared in the same movie. The world would probably melt down from that much star power. Ian McShane is always awesome to watch and slips into the role of Winston like a comfortable old pair of boots, which is kind of what his face looks like at this point. But by far
Pretty
the
much.
standout performance comes from Donnie Yen, who's restrained, clinical, and brutally efficient as Kane, a former assassin brought out of retirement and reluctantly forced to hunt down John. Two friends pitted against each other, knowing that only one of them can walk away from it. Damn, remember when movies had men act like actual men instead of neurotic teenage girls? Well, this movie
Yep.
does.
Shitty,
Obviously, Donnie's
erotic
a
teenage
veteran
girls.
of the Hong Kong action scene, so he can kick ass with the best of them, and his chemistry with Reeves is a joy to watch. Probably the only weak point in casting terms is Bill Skarsgård as the Marquis. It's not that he turns in a bad performance or anything, it's just that the character isn't all that memorable as an antagonist. He's mostly all bark and no bite, preferring to let others do his fighting for him, and the script doesn't really give him much to do except stand around in a series of ridiculously lavish outfits looking cool. Visually, the film's fantastic, taking us from ultra-modern luxury hotels to grungy industrial German nightclubs to lavish European palaces and towering Gothic churches. It's all very cool and stylish, and I can't fault the movie's efforts to give us an epic globe-trotting adventure. The world of the High Table is one of elaborate rituals and aristocratic titles, and it's all so far removed from that stripped-back, rough-and-ready first movie that it becomes kinda hard to reconcile the two after a while. Which brings me neatly along to the critical part of my review, dear viewer. See, as much as the video game style of screenwriting helps to keep the plot moving forward, it also brings its share of problems if you start thinking about it too much. The world building around the High Table, with all of their lore and
That's an
ancient
action movie.
rituals, is all very nice, but there's a big difference between gradually learning more about a mysterious organization and just straight up inventing new rules to do what the plot needs to do.
So, as I've mentioned before, guys, action movies kind of fall into their own genre, especially like pure action movies, in which they just kind of deliver. It's like porn. It just delivers something that you are looking for, and you don't really think about much more than that, as long as it has a decent amount of action. Transformers, for instance, were good action movies. Was there anything to them? No. It was just explosions and Michael Bay. But at the end of the day, it was still entertaining because it was just supposed to be an action movie. And I'd actually say they would be more entertaining had they actually been like 60 FPS, or 48 is the cinema standard. But that became taboo after The Hobbit. Taboo. Because no one can do 48 FPS because it looks too much like a video game. One of the problems I had with Transformers, there's so much action, you can't fucking see what's going on the screen because it's 24 FPS.
And I think John Wick 4 veers very much on the wrong side of that line. Then there's the stupid bulletproof suits that basically turn people into walking battle tanks, able to shrug off everything from small arms fire to high-speed impacts. I'm not kidding, in the course of this single movie, John Wick gets hit by at least 6 cars at high speed, thrown down 222 steps, stabbed multiple times, thrown off a 50-foot ledge onto a concrete floor while hitting a steel girder on the way down, shot 3 times without protection, and has more ammunition hurled at him than the fucking Ukrainian army. And well, it all becomes a little bit much after a while. If you want to set your movie in a hyper-exaggerated version of reality with its own rules of what humans can do and survive, then that's just fine with me, but the thing is, you need to stick to those rules once you've established them. And the John Wick movies have been gradually bending those rules more and more with each installment. The first film was actually pretty grounded about what people could do. John Wick took serious damage from all of his fighting, and generally it felt like this was all meant to be taking place in a somewhat real world. Now, just like in video games, the important characters all have superhuman strength, endurance, and healing factors, and nobody else even stands a chance against them. Seriously, you have to
God mode.
question why random street punks would even consider taking on a guy like John Wick after like 4 movies, no matter how big the bounty might be on his heads. Yeah, the other 500 guys that tried it might have died, but I'm feeling lucky tonight. It's like self-preservation just isn't a thing in this universe. Some of the combat scenes are undeniably impressive, especially an overhead panning shot of a house battle from room to room, and you've got to respect the sheer amount of work that must have gone into them. That being said, others go on for so long that they actually become kind of tedious after a while, which I know sounds weird coming from a fan of action movies, but damn man, even I can only watch Keanu Reeves doing the same 3 or 4 close combat moves over and over again before it starts to get exhausting. Also, I don't care how into music you are, you're never going to convince me that people in a nightclub will just carry on dancing without a care in the world while a literal gun battle tears through the place. The problem with a film series predicated on its technically challenging fight scenes is that every new movie is under pressure to top what came before it, but simply adding more of the same stuff doesn't necessarily make it better. If anything, it actually puts the quality at risk by forcing the overworked crew to cut corners. I found myself noticing quite a few scenes where actors missed their marks, hit targets they weren't supposed to be aiming at, and stuntmen who had to hold back and wait for Keanu to get into position. And believe me, I don't exactly have a keen eye for this sort of thing either. All of this is to say that while I absolutely enjoyed John Wick 4 and consider it a kick-ass action movie, I think in some ways the franchise has been a victim of its own success over the years, pushed to the limits of its premise by the endless demand to go bigger and louder and better. And I can't shake the feeling that this movie could have benefited from scaling back a little in some areas, focusing more on innovation and quality control rather than style and spectacle. But hey, I'll take this over the endless, soulless CGI shitfest we're subjected to on an almost weekly basis now. What's interesting though is that the movie is absolutely dominating at the box office, performing way better than the studio expected, and coming at a time when the tired and played out superhero genre seems to be faltering and failing. It seems like we might just be witnessing the beginning of a cultural shift in Hollywood, a pivot back towards smaller, more mature and more easily produced action movies that the John Wick series helped to revive. And if
I
that's
wouldn't
the
even
case,
say it's
then
easily
fuck it,
produced.
I'm all in.
But holy
Anyway,
fuck,
that's
Marvel,
all I've
Marvel
got
and
for today.
DC just...
Go away now.
What the fuck did they do? What did they do? What? Like, they could have kept going with, like, after the Avengers timeline, after everyone's dead, like, you know, coming up with some sort of way to bringing people back or time traveling or something. They didn't. They just like, yeah, let's throw out all these characters that we just had, and yeah, everyone's going to love these new characters that we aren't even going to spend time developing, that no one's heard of before, that, you know, they didn't spend their entire childhood with. And here we are now. And you're like, okay. And apparently Phase 5 started, which was with Doctor Strange or something, and no one gave a shit about. So, yeah. Just, I don't know, guys. John Wick reminds me an awful lot of Transformer movies. In basically the same vein. It's an action movie, and it does what it set out to do pretty well. People make fun of it because there's a lot of plot inconsistency that barely makes sense. But at the end of the day, you're just really after action sequences. Like I said, it's a lot like porn, and I think John Wick kind of fulfills that gap pretty well. Well, Marvel doesn't even fucking do it. It doesn't do anything. Marvel just sits there and lectures you on political correctness and nothing else. There's no entertainment value. You just sit through a lecture. And at the end of it, you're like, wow, I paid money for this. Anyways, what else do we got going on here? Time is it? We could watch B1M. Maybe. And this I'm not going to watch tonight. It's too long. That's what she said. Oh. Politics, don't care. People still talking about Trump, don't care. What's the new 500 hertz monitor from Alienware? I was waiting for a review on that. Or 25224. Not have it. Very memorable naming. Nope. See a look at B1M.
The streets of New York.
It's been nearly a century since New York's skyscraper boom saw it transform into an iconic world-class city, and still, after all this time, things in the Big Apple are looking peachy.
Old New York, new New York, honey. At least it's New York.
Wall Street remains the unrivaled centre of global finance. There's an insatiable demand for office space. Housing is high quality and affordable. The subway is a world leader in reliability, and the city air smells of roses and freshly cut grass.
But that's a lie.
Back in the real world, New York is starting to lose its edge as the world's financial center. Changes in post-COVID working patterns, competition from other hubs, and crippling apartment rents are creating a nightmare for the city of dreams. So NYC is fighting back the only way it knows how. By building big. This super tall giant is what you get when New York tries to build our planet's best skyscraper. But will it be enough to help the capital of the world keep its crown? Here at the B1M, there's only one thing we love more than construction, a classic underdog story. So here goes. New York. It's North America's biggest city by population, a cultural powerhouse, and it's been the center of the global financial system for most of the last century. To help keep things that way is 270 Park Avenue, the new $3 billion headquarters of banking giant JP Morgan Chase. Designed by superstar architects Foster & Partners, at 423 meters high, it takes up an entire block on one of the most exclusive streets in Manhattan. See, doesn't it make your heart melt? Okay, again, maybe not. But a building like this takes some serious engineering, and that's something we can all enjoy. So you've got a design for a cutting-edge new skyscraper that's going to be the envy of the world, but this being New York, to build anything, you first have to knock something else down. Back in 2019, Manhattan said goodbye to the previous incumbent of 270 Park Avenue, the Union Carbide building. That was no simple job. At 216 meters, it was the tallest building to ever be
uploading background here, guys.
demolished. 3 floors were stripped out and reinforced, allowing the building to be split into 4 sections. Over the course of 2 years, each section was wrapped in a protective mesh and dismantled piece by piece. Now, although it was loved by architecture critics, the Union Carbide building was kind of emblematic of New York's decline. Post-pandemic, cities around the world have struggled. In February, commercial occupancy in the city was still roughly half of what it was before COVID. But while the mid-range buildings lay empty, there's...
I wonder if that's a product of business going out of business, or if it's a product of working. Not that's actually just the way things are going to be now, or what's exactly going on
still
with it?
high demand for super premium modern office space, and that's where New York is starting to lose out. It just doesn't have very much of it. Back in the late 2010s, urban planners were worried about New York's aging stock of skyscrapers. That led to the rezoning of Midtown East in 2017, basically a rewriting of the planning laws, in an attempt to incentivize the construction of new world-class skyscrapers. But to make matters worse, the recent tall building boom down in Miami is threatening to knock New York off its top spot. Flashy new financial districts may be par for the course for any aspiring world city from Egypt to Malaysia, but Miami is a bit different. It's in the same time zone as New York, has broadly the same US regulations, but better weather. It's even earned the title the Wall Street of the South. Some speculate it could one day overtake
But it's in Florida.
NYC as the US's top financial
Florida's
center,
scary, guys.
provided it
Florida's like
doesn't sit
Australia,
on the
only in the
waterfront.
US.
Now, I know, this may not be the cozy
Everything wants to
underdog
kill you there.
story we all needed, but it does explain why there's a lot of expectation on buildings like 270 Park Avenue to keep New York competitive. But before we go any further, to design any kind of skyscraper, you need a pretty serious set of skills and a solid understanding of maths. And that's where today's video sponsor comes in. While the way you learn to solve equations at school may have been a bit daunting,
ChatGPT?
Brilliant.org receive 2021, construction could begin on the new
Not
tower.
ChatGPT.
But it wasn't just what was sitting above ground that caused problems for engineers. Running directly under the construction site are train tracks leading into Grand Central Station, and below that, the MTA's $11 billion East Side Access megaprojects extending the Long Island Railroad deep into Manhattan. The new tower would be almost twice the height of the old one, meaning more extensive foundations. For a building this size, the standard approach would be to drill deep down into high-quality bedrock, or create shallower but wider deep pile foundations. But with 2 subway lines stacked just beneath the ground floor, this wasn't an option. Now, for the tower to get planning permission in the first place, it had to agree to create a new public plaza at street level, and Foster and Partners saw this as a way to kill two birds with one stone. Because of the subway, engineers were forced to use many of the same footings as the original building's foundations, which consisted of shear walls running alongside the subway. To take the enormous weight of the building, these shear walls were reinforced with pile foundations underneath. The ground floor of the building was raised up onto a tabletop structure which created the public area at ground level. This was propped up by a series of dramatic V-shaped columns directing the immense weight of the skyscraper down onto those carefully placed foundations underneath.
Jesus Christ.
With the extremely complex below ground work complete, work on those V-shaped columns began. They'll run up the whole side of the building, creating the tower's visually striking look. Now, as we said, this is New York's comeback skyscraper, so naturally its design is something of a greatest hits. But not like that. The tower's setbacks and vertical lines echo the Art Deco forms of New York's early 1920s skyscrapers. But while the tower's design may reference
I don't know, I was actually
heritage,
thinking,
its height and size
yeah.
is a clear nod to the ruthless nature of New York real estate. 270 Park.
I was going to say earthquakes, but New York doesn't get earthquakes.
To reach its extraordinary height,
that's pretty crazy. Like, that's a lot of fucking weight on a tiny little area. Normally you'd want a broader base, right?
And stacked them onto its site. With airspace agreed, the tower's steel frame began to rapidly rise. At each level, steel floor sheets are being laid across the beams before concrete is poured on top of them, forming the floor slabs. The tower's elevator and service cores are then rising up through the frame, and that whole process is going to continue right up to the very top of the tower, with the building's external cladding and then internal fit-out following close behind. But hold on a minute, the core rising through the frame is unusual. Most skyscrapers will build their concrete cores first using a jump form system, with the wider steel or concrete frame superstructure following behind. Though it doesn't happen on every tower, New York is the one place where this is sometimes done differently. It all goes back to the steelworkers' unions preferring their own space without other trades in the way. When the tower completes, it'll rank as New York's 6th tallest skyscraper, but the tallest powered purely by electricity, supplied by a hydroelectric power station in upstate New York. And that's just...
That basically means nothing, by the way. This is like the decentralized grid in Texas where you can buy from basically any provider. They basically pay for power in a different part, but it doesn't actually go to them. That power isn't actually going straight to the building. Instead, they pay a premium for the power service that they get in exchange for whatever is generated further up the grid. So it's something like that. You could literally buy power in Taiwan if you wanted to, and that doesn't mean anything. All that means is you're basically paying money to the place you're at right now, like a coal power plant. You're paying money to it, and then assumedly someone gets some free electricity somewhere or something. Not exactly how that works, but yeah, like it's not like a straight shot to their building. It's just like I don't know, actually. Like, obviously, it doesn't go to the building. So someone else somewhere is using that power, but at the same time, you're using coal. So I guess maybe there has to be an intermediary between the two. Like, obviously, there has to be an overlap between the two. But could you actually buy power in, like, carbon credits? Could you actually buy power from Taiwan? Yeah, I think you could. You just basically pay more money for power from somewhere else, and then someone else somewhere would pay basically less money because they want a different type of power. Or they have an option to, or they could just lower the rate. And the premium would go to, like, whatever generation, solar, electric, wind, whatever. Not electric, but hydro. Carbon credits. Yeah, it's kind of curious. So it basically means someone else somewhere is basically using power that's cheaper. I guess potentially they could just use power and it's more expensive too. They could double dip on that, and I don't think anyone would ever know. Yeah, but they aren't connected directly to a hydropower plant somewhere. It's literally going, like, it's connected to the grid and pulling from a coal power plant, and I guess someone somewhere else is using a hydropower plant for probably the same amount of usage as them. So that's how the decentralized grid in Texas works. You can basically when you get a rate at your house, you can opt for solar power. That doesn't change where your power comes from, mind you. It just changes like where your money's going. Essentially, you're going to still pay for the coal power, but you're also going to pay a premium for solar power. Basically, you're going to pay more money to people that are charging a different rate. And arguably, the opposite would be true too if you want to have coal and you're connected to solar. I don't know, actually. It's kind of curious because it means some areas wouldn't have an option. Well, so maybe there has to be some overlap there.
Just one of many signs that
Decentralized grids are kind of weird in and of themselves.
Skyscraper.
It's not decentralized because it takes energy from one place and puts it somewhere else.
Reducing the use of air conditioning. The architects also claim that the building reduces the use of electricity by circadian lighting design. That's the sun to you and me. But
So,
it's not just technology.
They turn the lights off at night and have them dim and
all those workers
get brighter.
who are reluctant to return to the office. Well, the tower's owner is all too aware of the creature comforts people have got used to at home. To pamper the financiers who'll work in the building, wellness is central to its design. Even New Age guru Deepak Chopra is credited as a consultant on the project.
That's it. G, you are you. The only guru is your own self.
The building's set to include gyms, multi-faith prayer rooms, medical services, and more. So there you have it, an ultra-modern skyscraper to help put a city back on the map. Although, before we get ahead of ourselves, it's important to remember that this is owned by the world's richest bank. New York is one of the most complicated and expensive cities on Earth to build in. And
I'd never live in a
is
big city unless I could afford to do so.
It's
It's a huge waste of money. I mean, it's prestigious. It looks fucking prestigious. I've been to big cities, but it's not just like you don't want to live in Vegas. It's not somewhere you want to live. It's a huge waste of money.
A city in decline. Well, that all remains to be seen. What's certain is that New York has never been a place for the faint-hearted, and there are few things more iconic here than a sky-high megabuild.
Kind of weird how many people don't really realize how much they basically pay as a tax to live in a big city. It's not a tax as in an actual tax, it's a tax as in you're wasting more of your income for things like rent and electricity than you would otherwise waste if you were in a small town or even a medium-sized city. Even medium-sized cities will basically have everything a big city does, it just won't be the big city. And one of the traffic. Cool. Rent is a key problem here. No matter fancy things you build, offices are going to get filled if workers can't afford to live in New York City. Partially true in the commute, but also true. People want cheaper rent, and of course, landlords are scummy because they actually rent stuff to people. So, yeah, it's kind of weird how, like, in the last, like, since basically COVID, people realize that rent actually costs money. It's fucking weird. Yeah, like a majority of your money goes to rent if you rent a building. Yeah, no shit it does, because you aren't paying for a mortgage. You could also pay for a mortgage and get a house, but most people choose not to do that because it's saving up money and expensive, right? Counter-Strike 2 is a shit game. Oh my god, 700,000 views though. How's the beta going right now? Global Offensive. Not saying much though. VTubers in here. Oh no. Well, they're in all tournaments. That's something. Tax on your mental health, yeah. If you live in a big city, it's a problem getting around or doing anything for sure. Okay. Let's move along, guys. Let's take a look at the Reddits here. Oh, there's the overclocking guide I want to look at. Oh, I forgot about that. Well, not tonight. Overwatch Reddits. I played a lot. Give me praise. Okay. AMD Reddit's nothing. I'm talking about that before. I mentioned that if you're gonna start on Twitch, be a VTuber and have a fucking use just a hot anime girl succubus. Yeah, it doesn't even matter if you're a guy. I mean, alternatively, you could just be a mute streamer, or you could even have a voice to text on the screen. So I could talk to the microphone here, and then it would put text at the bottom of the screen. So I wouldn't ever use my normal voice. Yeah, it's an instant way to get viewership for sure. $100. Boobs sell. People that fucking say they don't are delusional. It's one of the things that sells on Twitch. Being an entertainer or just looking pretty. People like people that are pretty. It's much easier for women to do that than guys, though. Same thing as there are people that pay for male prostitutes, but there's much more people that would be willing to pay for a female prostitute. No stats on that. Actually, I take that back. I think I read an article on that, but that's like Vice or something. AMD Reddit. Not seeing anything, guys. No. Yep. DVD Reddits. Patch notes. Prototype for anti-camping is in development, and a new ultra rare is coming to the game. Ultra rare costume? No one knows what it is. Ash Williams will have an ultra rare skin. It's one of the weirdest things, guys, is a game like Dead by Daylight, which is generally about immersion, how little voice lines exist in the game. There's like no voice lines, there's no interactions between characters. Fucking weird. And Ash is like one of the only characters that actually says anything. Let's tweet about it. I've already tweeted about this. I'll tweet about it again. Just for shits and giggles. It's actually too long. Mouse. Bam. Bam. Done. Let's bitch about perks that don't exist. They do. And this is probably a play on anyone talking about the fact that hook camping should be part of the game. Yeah. Nothing to do with the new announcement of anti-camping perk. Alright. Okay. Alright. Yep, got him. They got him, guys. Okay. I'm gonna go watch my coffee cup here and we're gonna play some Overwatch. 1 second, guys. Alrighty, guys. And different motherboard processor is reserved for tomorrow. Okay. Off we go. Cheerio, good chaps. Transformation engage. Alright, what kind of games we're gonna get tonight, guys? Yeah, had a little, things were kind of weird last night in terms of performance. Not exactly sure why. The game started out pretty good. We got a lot of cheating, but it also felt like things weren't, things didn't feel right. So we might do some tweaking here tonight. Maybe I missed something, maybe something slightly off. Don't know.
Aerial positioning underway. Switch. Double. Repositioning. Double.
Could also be because I have VRB on. VRB is fucking weird. It initially helps and makes things more easier to see, but at the same time it causes more eye fatigue, which then just makes things worse eventually. So, like, it starts out good and then just turns bad. Which is why I usually never turn on VRC. Or I try not to turn on VRB, excuse me. Oh yeah, that good Slain, huh? Good.
Strike from above. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Oh, I don't. Some people are naturals. And it sucks when you're a person that's not. You realize that some people just have a lot of natural talent. Then people that have natural talent eventually have to learn.
Listen to what I say, and don't screw this up and away.
They aren't all that good at learning because they spent their entire life just being naturally good at something.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Find the widow.
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Missed. Should've just kept shooting the Hanzo guys instead of trying to go around the corner.
Repositioning.
On a speaky angle.
Increasing altitude.
Cut. Doomfist killed me?
All systems nominal. On the move.
Cut.
Positioning.
Well. Let's go in.
Shake it off. En route.
Like my teammates are playing passive so they don't die, and then they're dying anyways. Got instantly hit by the Ana. Pretty sure we got a cheat going on here, guys. Cheat lobby. Yeah. And the Hanzo's cheating. Ana might be cheating as well. And the Genji might also be cheating. Cool. Good start to the night, guys. Phenomenal. Fuck off. Teammates aren't even going in, guys. They're just sitting in the doorway and getting pushed back. And they're taking the point while they get pushed back.
Let's show him some air power.
Good.
En route. Let's take him to the wasteland.
I got instantly shot by the Ana and the Hanzo at the same moment. With the biotic grenade? No, with the punch.
Returning to battle.
Oh. So this is a cheat lobby for sure. Pretty sure all three of the guys I mentioned are cheating. I'm not sure about the Genji.
Justice reigns from above. Triple kill. We strike again and again. Health restored.
There's Genji. No, Ana's definitely cheating. I don't think she's missed a single shot on there. Yeah, she snaps between players. She just looked at me while I was behind the wall up top.
Always more to learn.
Good.
On the move.
Enemy over here! Careful, we're outnumbered. Watch.
Almost. I don't think that was a direct. It should have been. That totally looked like a direct. You just got styled on by trying to style me.
Repositioning.
He's literally right next to spawn. Alright. Guy definitely has an aimbot. Good.
Returning to battle. Up and away.
Actually, he's looking better now. Cool. Oh, it's man. Oh. I got a fucking widow now. Does they really need that?
Let's take him to the wasteland.
As a headshot, basically 180 degrees. What would that be straight up in the air? Off screen. Headshot. Good.
Skies await. Damn.
Meteor strike.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Did she fucking... What? Okay. I thought she used her grapple to get in, get an angle. Yeah. And that was Genji. So Genji's ult cheating. Oh my god. I hate that bug. Wonderful. Not miss. You can literally look at him going down, and then it snaps up to my face. Goes the opposite direction of his hand aim. Good. Like all normal snaps, by the way. Yeah. Can't fucking shoot at me unless they have line of sight on my chest or head. No. That's tough because of the arch there. It's not a flat line. So it's difficult to actually line of sight that.
Okay. All systems nominal.
Zen might also be cheating. Nice pre-made. Uh-huh. That's 100% a complete pre-made. Yeah. Off-screen headshot. They always are. Yeah, goddamn, because the guy's fucking cheating. He did that multiple times in that match. That's just the most obvious one to get in a kill cam, too. Start with the reports. Okay, and this is the Widowmaker. How about Genji? Okay. I guess I should have put the cheat squad in here too. Anna. Guy doesn't even have an endorsement level. Now he does. First game of the night, guys. Okay, and the Zenyatta. Let's decide whether or not I was going to report Zen. I'll report Zen too. Fucking crazy, guys. First game of the night, and we already got this shit. Fucking incredible. Good.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Definitely feels like my mouse aim is off, though. I don't know why. And turn VRB on. Ice Scorch begins. I don't know why. Feels like it's laggy. Maybe my hand's laggy. What's going on? Might be the mouse port, too? But that didn't change. It's still on the same one. After I took out my video card, that was kind of a loss. Unfortunately, so... No.
It's for a different idea I had. I just
But
thought the view
if I
from
keep
up
the
there
1300K, I'll get a PCIe card. For USB slots. USB card.
5, 4, 3, 2,
That.
1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Positioning.
Hands dirty.
Taking off. Scatter. I see an enemy.
Alright.
The objective is
Thought there was going to be teammates in there, and there was not. They all ran away.
The sky.
Good evening, Shed.
Increasing altitude.
I don't understand why you, like, when you do that, it doesn't actually, if you fly a little bit, like, it completely denies your ability to, use it. Like, it went in there, but I guess because I touched down on the ground instead of walking onto the platform, it didn't trigger. And it caused me to take more damage.
Returning to battle. Taking to the air.
Fuck off. My aim's definitely not on tonight. What's going on here? Was. What? And Winston might be cheating. Holy shit. Okay. That looks like a direct lock through the fucking wall, guys. Good. Occasionally you see tanks that cheat. It's not normally fucking Winston, though. It's usually something like a Zarya.
Establishing aerial position. The skies await.
Fucking crazy.
Increasing altitude.
Yeah.
overtime.
Went up too soon.
Always more to learn. En route. We're outnumbered. Be advised.
Ah.
Hey, Crystal.
Shot. A great old Bastion. I expected them to be further back, and they weren't. Good.
Aerial positioning underway.
Do it again. They're just fucking waiting here. Oh, the Bastion's fucking waiting for me. It doesn't matter. Anna backed up particularly for me because she knew I had ult. No.
I'm at the objective. Rally
The
up.
skies await. Increasing altitude.
Drawing Echo on the objective.
Good. What? What's going on with my sound?
First round.
Cool.
Score 1-0.
We're gonna try changing something up here at the next round, guys. Actually, we can just do it right now. This is pretty atrocious.
Battle draws near. Ready yourselves.
Not right. I don't know what it is either.
Replay checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Sick.
Establishing aerial position.
Put it. Oh, hey, they have a fucking kick together. They're running the anti-Pharah counter. Oh, that's hilarious just to kill me.
Repositioning.
That looks like an aimbot.
Making another approach. On the move.
Because they needed it.
Aerial positioning underway.
Cool.
Repositioning. Increasing altitude. Thanks for the upgrade.
Good boop. Good boop, Bridget. That is very helpful. I guess you didn't know. I don't know why you went in instead of out. Yeah. Got him. It actually refunded my Q. I hit my Q right before I died. Better, guys.
Let's show him some air power.
Not sure. The fuck, guys? Let's just randomly changing my options makes my aim better. It feels almost like there's no rhyme or reason to the options. Like some, obviously, I prefer some, but it feels like they just stopped working or stopped doing things. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. And I changed things again, and all of a sudden it's better. I don't know why? Why would you do that? Why would you peek me? Hey, buddy. There's the Me Too Pharaoh. There he goes. I'll take that.
Sorry about that.
I don't stay down. Repositioning.
Why would you ever clone Orisa? Don't know.
They outnumber
God.
us. Keep it tight.
Well,
System repaired.
might as well. There's no way to get back. We could possibly win around the sides, so.
Kill.
Rather die than get staggered harder than we already were, so.
Always more to learn. On the move.
Yeah, someone on the back line to shoot me. He's cheating. He's 100% cheating. I've seen this guy before. We're going to put him on ignore and see if he pops back again. I'm pretty sure I reported that guy. That was definitely pre-aim. We just saw through the wall. And I mentioned earlier based on his aim. So. Cool. Around the side. Bye. Like McDonald? Like old McDonald? Or like McDonald's? He's such a memer. He's such a memer.
Returning to battle.
Our enemy did not keep their warning.
So, pretty sure the tank is cheating. Both the DPS are cheating. I don't know about the healers. Good. Let's see. Fun, 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 guys. Fun, fun, fun. Getting a pretty encrusted. I guess it is Friday night or Friday morning, depending on where you live.
Good leadership makes all the difference.
Normally it's Friday nights and Saturday nights that are Horde. And especially Saturday fucking morning. It's like cartoons.
Scientists, yeah. Until they call Helix in tears at 2 in the morning because the wolf bats escaped. Again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture.
Positioning underway. Guys over.
And they're intentionally going for me for some reason. Another reason I wish this game had an anonymous mode and it doesn't. Fuck off. They're all going for me. Oh, look at that shit.
I see an enemy.
Now it's sleep dart. Hey. Bridge is somehow healing shit. Doesn't feel that way though. I guess we're taking boatloads of damage. Good. I mean, my direct hits aren't even that bad. All things considered.
Enemy over here.
Moment, please. Uh-huh. Definitely cheating. Good. Not even a detach in there.
Okay, my head's in the game. Aerial positioning underway.
Fucking Christ. Top 500 aloe player in our plat quick play lobby. They aren't, by the way. Hey, buddy. Uh-huh. They just tried to fucking execute me. Like a coordinated execute with the rest of their teammates. What? Funny.
Returning to battle.
Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
En route. Enemy on the move.
Really need to get rid of the healers.
Justice reigns from above.
Fuck off. Whole team's chasing me. Good. fucking locked me off screen. I didn't know what the fuck he's looking at. Holy shit. Hey, I'm actually shooting another. Oh, there he is. Crazy. Huh? God. Oh. Cut her around, because all she does is following me. No. Basically, best case scenario is just waste a bunch of time on the animal and hope I get healed. Maybe what you're gonna happen, so. Do that. Good laser beam. It's like they're trying to kill a raid boss or something. Hey! They're definitely on comms, guys. This is definitely a pre-made. For sure. That guy literally toggled his ult hoping for me just to jump out there. That's hilarious. Good. Might as well go in for the final. Yeah. Alright, let's start the reports, guys. So soldiers on. Oh. Yeah. Soldiers definitely cheating. The tank is cheating, and the other DPS is also cheating. I don't think the two supports are cheating. This is 100% a pre-made and a cheat squad too on top of it. Good stuff. No one said anything. Okay. Sometimes you have to pre-type because you literally only have like 5 seconds to respond to someone. Pretty sure someone's gonna say something. No one. Alright. So we're gonna put this guy in Squelch before I forget, because I've seen that guy before. Or see if he comes back, because Squelch is account based. Monkey. Pedestal, center, structure, credenza, gazebo. It's kind of a gazebo. Okay, and then the echo. Who snapped between targets? We saw someone snap. I think it was this guy. Another cheat squad. That is generally Friday night in a nutshell. Although it's Friday morning. Maybe it's progressing. I don't know, guys. At least our shots were on. All things considered, we didn't do that bad. Oh, you did horrible. You had so many deaths. Yeah, that doesn't matter. You have an entire squad of people, guys, chasing you around. And that's going to happen. Their entire squad was chasing me. And at one point, they're running counters with the heal bot. Yeah, 45-18 actually isn't super terrible. Other DPS did a lot better, which was a Torbjorn, because they weren't chasing him around. Crazy. Now the healers were really paying attention to me. Kiriko's occasionally healing me. Bridget was doing absolute jack shit, so... At least for healing me. Cock Slammed is a cheater, if I remember right. Surprise, guys. People with crass names tend to cheat. Weird, huh? It's crazy. Degenerates in society. Bigger deal in Dead by Daylight. Mainly in this game, the majority of cheaters we've seen name-wise are weebs. Like, they have anime names. Rather than degenerate names. Crass, kind of non-PC stuff you know you wouldn't say in front of your parents sort of shit. Let alone make a name of it if you want people to actually take you seriously. Dead by Daylight is the degenerates.
Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot. Are you quite done? You have my thanks. I will not waste this opportunity. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And let's find out if they have a Widow. We're gonna die instantly. It always makes me feel bad when we have Mercy healing us and then we just instantly die to a Widow, which is gonna happen a lot if they have one that's cheating. That's a tank.
Aerial positioning underway.
Those are going where I'm aiming. Got a headshot, no body shot.
Making another approach. I'm increasing altitude. I am empowered.
The fuck? Yeah. Died behind a wall. Oh, it's Anna, never mind.
Sorry.
Good. Fucks with that air movement. Misses. No. Gonna try and pop shot me again. No misses. Uh-huh. Oh my god, there's a miss! He shot the stairs after I left. Because that made complete sense. Someone that can instantly aim and kill stuff. Alright. Reaction times are generally a dead giveaway when people are cheating. Not all the time, but it's a pretty good indicator. Saint's gone. I thought about ulting him, and I was like, nah, I'm not gonna ult him. Then I was like, maybe I should ult him. Your ball. When people don't understand they're a fucking tank, I mean, it's a personal because he's a tank, so I guess if he's the only tank, it would be personal because he's the only tank. Because he's the only one that aligns with the category. Oh. No. Missing. Like, she didn't jump off? No, she's too accurate. Right on my face. Surprise. A headshot. One is directly below her.
Helping you out.
The skies await.
Back from the dead.
Repositioning. Enemy over here.
God. Game still doesn't feel right, guys.
I got you.
Okay, my head's in the game. En route.
Yeah. Ah. We're just going for res.
Do something. I don't stay down. On the move. Up and away. We're outnumbered. Repositioning. Three hits. I am power.
No, I'm pretty sure the Ashe is cheating. Her aim is kind of non-spectacular. I think it is a min-lock distance. Okay, great ult. But she keeps fucking throwing dynamite on me behind fucking walls. All the time. And it's right on my face, too. Like, it explodes right in front of my face. It's not just like a guess. I think she has a percent miss, set to miss, too. And she snaps you off screen, too. Like, she looks around well scoped, snapping to you instead of unscoping and scoping again.
Establishing aerial position.
Good. That's no misses right there. Good. No. Personal BAP ult. Good. Actually, I mean, it was in front of his team, so. BAP keeps trying to get line of sight on me. Or not BAP, Ashe? No, we're gonna get headshot.
Dual visor activated.
go. There's mines back here, isn't there? They're gone. Good. This fucking Ash keeps fucking following me around. Luckily, our teammates are shooting her while she's following me around, so. And you think you got some headshots while I was reloading? Yeah. There's a rocket.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Thank you.
Good.
Do something. Positioning.
I mean, I probably should have ulted that. I don't know. He has literally 2 HP. I veered off because I thought he was dead. And then for some reason he didn't take the last rocket. He has 40 HP. 60.
I don't want to talk.
Is approaching its destination.
Good. If she ran out of banked accuracy, that's definitely an aimbot. That sticks super hard. You see him go like that and it's training me. Good. Alrighty. So, our friend, the tiny hippo, oh, he's so cute, is cheating.
Play of the game.
Alrighty. Something's still wrong here, guys. Let's do some finagling here real quick. Just give me a second here. Let's blind finagling. Best sort. Okay. One moment, please. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. I had a good, well, actually, I had a good evening. I had shit go wrong basically all day, but that'll happen. Occasionally you get days like that when it rains and pours sort of shit. That'll happen. That welcome wasn't there before. Me. Ready. Get back into game. It felt good for maybe one match after it changed buffering setting, and then was back to the same shit, so. Team's off. That once again could be my USB port. No.
Double repositioning. Double. I don't think so. Going down. Messy, but we got it done. Double increasing altitude.
Welcome to Circuit.
Here, be back on.
Strike from above.
Ah, my team's getting shit on. Is it not a cheat lobby? Yes, it is. Both cheaters. Player is just a generic name. Well, I got cheats. See what's going on here.
Making
Yeah.
another approach.
Generic burner account. Yeah. He just fucking hit me with the shot while going around the corner.
Establishing aerial position.
Good. See if this guy got. See if this guy gets any worse or better. Pretty sure he's cheating. And there's pre-aim through the wall right there. Good. Yeah. McCree is definitely cheating. I don't know about Sombra yet. I'm not sure what that was about. Oh my god, he's at 50% health. I bet I could kill him. McCree is 100% cheating. This is a burner account. Hence why he's called player. Did you even bother making a fucking username? Like a unique username? Like, how lazy do you have to be to make a burner account and not even bother? Not even bother changing the name to something like... you can pick up a random name generator. So... yeah.
I don't stay down.
We cannot stop.
Trying to aim for me.
60 seconds.
Shake it off.
Keep an eye out.
See. No, didn't get in the right spot. I like this thing.
30 seconds.
Badge. What the fuck was that? Good?
10 seconds.
Our time is up. Push now.
Yeah. Feels more delayed. I don't think this is the answer, guys. This is not the key. You can totally see my shots are behind players now, more so than they were before.
Making another approach.
I'm ready to initiate self-destruct sequence.
Activating aerial positioning underway.
It's good. Alright, so the McCree is for sure cheating. Soldier, I don't know. Might have been cheating at the end, we don't know. McCree is definitely cheating though. Burner account.
Play of the game.
Alright, tweaking continues, guys. Let's see. That definitely felt worse. Affected. Okay, we're gonna reboot again. After changing that, you have to. I don't want to turn Hags back on. Hags is usually something that makes things worse now. It used to make things better, and now makes things worse. So, I don't know. Definitely feels off, though. Things in general feel off right now. I don't know why. After I installed my video card, things were pretty good. I don't think it really... mode, which has helped. Unrelated to the brand, by the way. Gonna be classify. All am I doing pretty good? Just your usual cheat lobbies on the weekend. It's like I mentioned this before. It seems an awful lot. Putting aside the kids having time off feels an awful lot like people like they just make a burner account for the weekend just to fuck around because they know Blizzard doesn't actually work on the weekend for the most part, and then they get banned on like Monday or something. So you see a lot more cheating on the weekends than you do on the weekend. But I don't know. Usually bucks the trend in most games. It's the weekday. Degenerate hours during the weekday. Neat hours during the weekday. In this game, it is the weekend. We'll get something real quick here. The weird thing is, it's in hardware info, it shows up different than it does in here. Hmm. This shouldn't matter, I know. I know people tell you to turn this off. I don't think this matters at all. The Alright, I'm gonna take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. Always takes the wind out of the sails, guys. Things are working pretty good, and then they go back to shit. It really makes you wonder if there's dynamic difficulty adjustment in Overwatch. That changes things. Overwatch is the most erratic game I've ever played as far as performance goes. Overwatch 2, excuse me. Overwatch 1 was fine. Overwatch 1 is phenomenal. Overwatch 2 is fucking janky as fuck, and I don't know why. Why? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. I don't know what it's doing. Fire. Should have done this earlier. Feels pretty smooth. Yeah. Sure I do. What? Well, I guess we're restarting again, guys. Pretty sure I turned it off. I definitely turned off Sam. Smart access memory. Sizable bar. Off. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. You also have my antivirus running. Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Let's go back to Overwatch. Hmm. Yeah. Off we go, guys. Cheerio.
Arriving at the Shambhala Ministry. Team kill.
Another fucking cheat lobby.
10 seconds.
Fucking tried to style on me. Fuck's the card even? I don't know where the card is. Pretty sure that's another cheat lobby.
Play of the game.
It's like 5 p.m. in China right now, guys. That might be Japanese, though. Chinese tends to be more blocky than Japanese is, where Japanese flows more. And Korean has little circles in it. But I also don't speak Chinese or Japanese, so, you know, whatever. Next game. That was good for you guys, too.
Repositioning.
Now traveling to Paris. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Ah. Good, good. Ready?
Hey, no one's a natural. We all have to put in the work. Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party.
Mm-hmm.
Deux amaris. Comme si une ne suffisait pas.
Hot cocoa? Did you bring me
Ready?
hot cocoa? Did you bring me a
I
present?
copy.
Did you bring me
5, 4, 3, 1.
Aerial conditioning underway.
Defend objective Engage this enemy.
He's just fucking goose stepping to kill me. Cheating. Good.
Okay, my head's in the game. Up and away.
Uh-huh. He fucking line inside himself in the sign. Oh,
Returning to battle.
good.
Increasing altitude.
Objective loss.
Thanks for the assist.
incoming?
Now, someone has a disposable account. When they start goose stepping like that, guys, and just wandering out into the open because they're a fucking turret, like they're even attempting to play around around movement, positioning, because they don't need to. Missing now?
I am power. Repositioning.
Mm-hmm. Losing a lot now. I guess he's banking? Holy shit! The fuck is that?
The sky awaits.
Oh, you can see him as many games as you want. That doesn't mean he doesn't cheat.
Right back at you.
No? Okay. She knew I was fucking there. Huh? Like, if someone's good or cheats well, they're more inclined to end up in top 500 than anyone else. Conversely, I mean they're all gonna be shit. Almost. Glad I got around the corner.
I don't stay down.
Mainly the pre-aim earlier where he's looking at me through the bridge.
On the move.
But that's part of it. When people start like they don't even position or move properly. Well, it looks like he's toggled off because he's not actually hitting shots anymore. Yeah. Huh?
That should be in your bonnet.
Making another approach. Feel stronger?
He definitely toggles on and off. He's trying to figure out when he's toggled and when he's not. And it looks like he just like fucking fires shots until it actually matters, and then he toggles on to insta-kill you. Because he doesn't need to. He can bank accuracy. Oh, sure, of course, but when you look at people through walls, like there's a Z-axis, the game does not have a Z-axis. Meaning there's no height to sound. And on top of it, the sound is general, it's not exact positioning. So when you get people that look exactly at you through walls, it's usually a dead giveaway. So. Oh. I'm not analyzing it. I just report people and move on, dude. So.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Fucking hate that bug. I don't even know if it's a bug. Looks like he spams a shitload of shots too, so he always has banked accuracy. That looked like a hit reg miss too. There's a couple of those. Right, we're gonna put him on ignore in case he disappears. Okay. Next game. Just want everybody explanation. I know. Sometimes, so the reason well, I mean, I think I do a pretty good job when I report them. There's something I call banking accuracy. So there's stat-based banding in the game. If your accuracy climbs too high, you'll get banned. And what they do is basically people have to miss a boatload of shots so they can hit a boatload of shots. But what people will do, there's a bunch of different ways to get around that. One of which is only being accurate against certain players. The other is tanking a bunch of shots so then you can hit shots, which is what the guy was doing in the last match. Sometimes people will toggle on and off throughout the match. So they'll be on for like a P1 capture and then off until basically they have to capture P2, then they'll toggle on again for P2 capture, and then they'll toggle off again. Shit like that.
Where's your jetpack? You weren't watching the skies.
You got a fucking heal bot too. So what he was doing was he was just you should be able to change your class from anywhere in the training ground. You shouldn't have to go back to spawn. What he's doing is like during the middle of an actual push. He was actually hitting his shots, and then after the capture and after our team was wiped out at long range, he's just missing a shitload of shots, like easy shots too, like where he's aiming directly at you. There's nothing between you and the target. He's just missing a shitload of shots along the way, and then when it gets close and you get into an engagement where the whole team's there, he hits all of his shots again, and then after that happens, he'll start missing a bunch of shots. It actually looks like he was legitimately missing. Like it looked like the aim was going to my character and like slightly to the side, like intentionally missing. Very weird.
You really underestimating me.
You should be able to change all the... I'm not ranked right now. I was GM though. GM Master. Same fucking guy. Is he trying to get into my games? Just report him again. If he's cheating again. I don't play. So I've had a lot of problems with my computer, and I've been playing quick play for probably the last 4 fucking months. The last 4 fucking months in order to iron them out. And tonight I'm having issues again, whereas I was actually doing really fucking well. Like the last week, and then tonight things have started going sideways again. Well, last night they started going sideways again. So. But no, eventually want to play competitive, but we're probably going to end up playing tank. But we'll play fair too. Pretty close. I'm got my 1300K and just got my new video card. Good stuff.
Thanks for the assist.
You just fucking shooting a wall somewhere? Where the fuck's McCree? Okay, that's kind of weird. He's just no. Favorite thing for Doomfist to do is punch Farah's. Oh, apparently there was a Genji below me. Go ahead in here at all.
Always more to learn. Aerial positioning underway. I see an enemy. Splash. I require healing. Power. On the move. Excellent teamwork. Over there.
No. Well, that sucks.
Let's show him some air power. Repositioning. Thanks for the assist. Establishing aerial position. Dispersing. You are counter.
Let me come down and
Rain from above.
flank.
The skies await. On the move. Health restored. Taking to the air.
Oh, I thought I got that.
Returning to battle. En route.
So if you guys didn't know, you can actually shoot around the side of the Genji's deflect and still hurt him with AoE damage. Let me just try to insta-give me.
I am power.
Playing too safe now. Okay. What are these guys doing? There we go. Yeah, I see.
Justice served.
First round.
Rains from above.
So, unlike that match prior, this guy's not doing anything impressive. You think we're going to see him do something impressive around 2 now? Our Anna also killed him a couple times. Which is, yeah. So as I mentioned, they build up banked accuracy. And by the way, reporting someone, even though he was cheating last round, or I thought he was cheating last round, I wouldn't report him for this round yet, because he hasn't done anything that's fucking weird. But once again, they'll do things like bank accuracy, and they'll build it up, and they'll do it all over again. So, we might see something in this round, or you might just not toggle at all. Usually they eventually rage toggle, though. They get pissy at you. Let's see. Ah. Did he bring out the non-banked accuracy? Oh my god. So, it looks like he swapped character. His McCree must be out of accuracy. Banked accuracy. So he swapped to a character that he has banked accuracy. Despite him doing incredibly well on the last match, playing McCree and Ash are very, very similar characters. He had to swap. It doesn't really make sense that you'd, you know, go from a McCree to an Ash unless there's a reason for it. Not like they're fundamentally different characters.
Thanks for the assist. Behind you.
We're just gonna line of sight him. The app is also very accurate. Dude, cross kills that I haven't been able to do before, very satisfying. Where you got that rocket that comes in late. This guy's literally just trying to shoot me with a team, an entire team between me and him. He's trying to fucking shoot me over there. The fuck is wrong with him? That's some dedication. Ah, and the fucking ulti mercy too.
Appreciate it. Aerial positioning underway.
We're gonna get a Genji on our dick in half a second here. And Bell Chan got me.
I don't think so. Heads up.
Fine.
Thanks for the assist. Reaching area position.
Eventually they're gonna get the angle. I can't anymore. It's from Overwatch 1, so I'd have to, I think, download my data from Blizzard to see that. They don't show you older ranks anymore because I didn't play prior to Overwatch 2 coming out. Echo. Ah, very weird.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Once again, same shit. Round 1, he didn't even do anything. It was round 2, he was playing Ash. That's when he started doing sus shit. And we just line of sighted him the entire time. Good. Don't forget to thank your healers! Oh my god! That's one of the things I dislike about Overwatch 2 is how they hid your your older seasons. There's a lot of ways you could do that, so it's more compact in the UI without actually getting rid of data or hiding data. Like, I can't show you my, it only goes back to, I think, 35 or something now. Profile anymore. That's a real fucking shame. Like, it shows my hours in here, too. Real fucking shame. One of the things I disliked about Overwatch 2. Oh! Well, that's pretty neat. Just May? I played May and Farah. Were you just May? Back when I played May during Season 2 and 3 and 4, there was a lot of hate from May. Like, May is seen as a shit pick, but they just don't understand how May worked. A lot of area control, area denial. That sort of shit.
Select your hero.
Good. Unless you're playing, like, Australia. Nothing against people in Australia, it's just a much smaller region. I think that's oceanic. But yeah, that's one of the things I dislike is the fact you can't see old competitive anymore.
A friend of mine has a massive collection of vintage vinyl.
That's sick.
Hmm.
I could send him some stuff too.
Yeah, you'd love that.
Good. It's really disappointing too. Like, sometimes, like, my game fucking feels phenomenal, guys, and we just do really fucking well. And then other times, it feels like my mouse is fucking sluggish, or my aim is slightly off compared to where it should be. Like, I should be fucking shooting a light right now, and I don't understand why I'm not.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
My FPS feels chunky, and it shouldn't, because I have like 600 FPS. So, and obviously you can cap it. Maybe we'll try capping it for a bit. Oh, go. Still have my face. May's not what she used to be, though. I miss old May. I understand they tried to cut back on the CC, but she's pretty neutered with other CC. They never really gave her anything back. Guess we're just leaving.
System repair. Group up here. Concussive out.
Ooh, see, like, shit like that? If my fucking computer, performed normally? Oh my god. Oh my god. I just tried to mid-air and it didn't hit. Sometimes, I think that has a lot to do with my USB port, which we'll see here when I go to my 7950X 3D. At this point, guys, I'm fucking done. I'm done with this shit. I just want whatever performs the best and consistently performs the best. Not that 13900K is a bad processor. I think having your mouse on its own dedicated hub is actually really important. Which I did have it on my 2080, but after I got my 4090 now, that's a very accurate McCree. That's the Widow. Line of sighted. Might be cheating.
Returning to battle.
No, I mean, that's, I wouldn't say a fallacy. The idea behind capping your FPS under your monitor is particularly, almost, for G-Sync and FreeSync. So your G-Sync and FreeSync never turns off. If you don't have G-Sync or FreeSync, or you turn it off, like I have it off because it adds input delay, and my monitor just feels better for some reason. What the fuck is our team doing? if you have it off, there's no point in capping your monitor. This game, on the other hand, has really fucking weird FPS. Meaning, if you run into the Overwatch FPS cap, it's really fucking janky. Guy's very fucking accurate. He was looking at me through the wall. I just missed some though. But anyways, in most games, putting aside Overwatch and putting aside energy conservation, if you're really into that, where you're like, oh my god, my computer's using more FPS than it should, and it's gonna make the things hotter or whatever.
I see an enemy.
Hey, buddy. God, I really want a fucking new monitor. More than anything in the world, guys, I want a new monitor. Anyways. Putting aside Overwatch, in most games you want to have your FPS uncapped. Unless you're really sensitive to FPS drops, which some people are. Mainly because your game will simulate faster. It's based on your FPS. It doesn't have its own tick rate. There's a tree behind the wall.
Shake it off. En route.
Causes the tick rate to run faster for your game, which allows you to have smoother input. Smoother input.
You're welcome.
There's another one that I'm running into. I can't think of right now.
Systems nominal.
Basically, it allows your the engine to be most up to date, regardless of what your monitor can display. A lot of people like it doesn't matter, but your FPS in the background 100% changes. I'm like using my cycles right now, guys, and it's hard to words. Okay. All right, Mercy. I should have just went back to spawn. You got a hit on her, though, while she's in turbo mode. 6th-dimensional fighter Mercy, guys. 5th-dimensional, excuse me. They nerfed her. 5th-dimensional fighter jet Mercy. Why the fuck did my teammate go out? I don't know why my team went out. It's like, in this map, guys, you like never need to leave the fort, like at all. Unless they're really far back. There's no reason to go outside.
Okay, my head's in the game.
But yeah, anyways, so Overwatch is unique in that when you hit the FPS cap, and for the longest time, I capped my FPS when I had my 5900X and my 2080, I capped my FPS. Well, you're doing that. Because it felt better, felt a lot better. And then I started uncapping it as I started tweaking things, and then generally feels better, but sometimes I swap back and forth between capped and uncapped. Well, team ran away.
This airspace is closed.
Try and res. McCree can't shoot my legs. Good. Huh? McCree is very accurate. So I told you guys before about the banister tech. A lot of shit aimbots will only lock to your head or your chest. So if only your lower torso and your legs are exposed, it won't actually lock to it. Dude, Moira is healing. That's crazy. With your laser beam. My E was unfortunately not up. This Moira is actually focusing on healing. Crazy. Dead now. That's why I didn't want to go out there. That's the really accurate Hanzo. Is playing Widow, and definitely feels like if you go outside, you're just gonna die to it. He's probably gonna pop shot me at some point here. Fuck off, Mercy. Jesus fucking Christ. Waiting for the rest of the team to show up. Gotta be kidding me. There's a Widow now shooting me. Yep. So Widow I'm very certain is cheating, which was the McCree. Yeah, so he couldn't shoot my legs at any point in time, or my lower torso. But the moment my head and my chest are exposed, all of a sudden he gets all of his shots. We need to kill the... God, and this guy doesn't miss hooks either. He knows I had an ult up, that's why he's focusing me. Got... Alright. So definitely cheating. Farah didn't look like she was cheating though. Bots rank 1s. Let's see what, do they have any hours? 310. Prestige 1s. 3. This guy's definitely cheating. This guy's 100% cheating. So that's probably a guy that made a burner account for the weekend to cheat. Who did he start out as? Was it? It wasn't Widow, was it? It was Widow. It wasn't toggled at the beginning though. He was missing shots, and he started hitting shots, and he swapped McCree, and then hit all of his shots. Dog never missed his hooks. He might have toggled off. Way of describing that, the banister tech as I call it. However, if you have a better aimbot, not if people have a better aimbot, it will lock to your extremities. They're called bone mesh bots, the better ones. So instead of just locking to your head or your chest, which are basically the 2 points, and it'll sometimes be in like a square shape, like around here. It won't be dead center. It'll be like in a square around here, like that. So there's a little bit of deviation, and it's not hard locked. Bone mesh aimbots will actually lock to the limbs. So they'll snap between different parts of your limb, or even multiple points on the limb itself. And basically it'll look like it's just crawling up and down your skin. Basically vertically it'll just go up and down your body. Because usually the person's aim goes up and down and it follows it. But there will be almost no side-to-side deviation at all with bone mesh aimbots. And those can still lock on your legs and lower torso. Arguably they could just add more data points. Legs? Like add another lock spot on your dick, which I have seen on shins. But yeah, anyways, going back to talking about FPS, normally you want to uncap your FPS. There is a thing where people are like, if it's not higher than your monitor, it doesn't matter, and that's not true, because the game always has the most up-to-date data. It feeds to your monitor, I believe also tearing becomes less meaningful because your FPS is higher, so there's more. The buffer essentially can have more tears in it at the same time, and it looks more fluid instead of having G-Sync and FreeSync. G-Sync and FreeSync matters a lot less when you have really high FPS, because the tears are only momentarily on the screen, or if there's enough of them, it kind of has like a slanted, fluid look to it. Multiple draws at the same time. Guy, I smell diva coming from my booty. Accurate McCree. This diva is 100% trying to follow up the McCree whenever he taps me. No. I survived an aimbot grenade. It flew across the world too. I knew he was gonna do that. I knew he was gonna do that when he walked out there. I could feel it. His fucking heavy breathing. His heavy breathing just coming at me. Dude, that fucking thing flying across the eons. It flew across the timelines. No. No. That's the really accurate McCree again.
Time to waste.
Shake it off.
But anyways, having this game, unlike other games, having this game uncapped it acts really janky. Sometimes it's alright, and then sometimes it fucking adds weird as shit. Makes no sense. Overwatch 1 was not that way. You could have Overwatch completely uncapped and it wouldn't matter. Well, 300 FPS uncapped.
R7000 down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's cheating. Good. It's like at the beginning of the match where he just jumped over the top of the wall and shot me. It's like, yeah, this guy's definitely cheating. He's literally trying to get line of sight on me just to keep tapping me by jumping up in the air. God, he missed. He's definitely, you can see him literally looking at my exact position through the wall just now. That guy's definitely cheating. Like, he tries not to look at me, but right there you literally just saw him. You literally saw him just stare directly at my position prior to a missile popping on the screen. And once again, the game does not have Z-axis audio. There's no height to it. Yeah, he just fucking accidentally locked onto me through the wall. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he intentionally locked onto me through the wall. Farah, as I mentioned before, guys, is 100% cheater bait. Out of every character in this game, she's the one that's most likely to get someone toggled on you. It's the PTSD from comp. Buddy, bye. Goodbye. Oh, that's not good. Oh, so the other one I was talking about, keeping your FPS uncapped obviously gives you the lowest possible input delay and gives the game basically the most fluid movement. It's a good way of looking at that. 57. You gotta go to the point. Now he's missing a shitload of shots. Your GPU can clock down if it's not under high load. You can kind of offset by doing prefer max performance in the NVIDIA control panel, for instance, but even then it doesn't lock it to its max boost clock, for instance, or what it can support. It's kind of just like its top performance state. So in the top right, you'll see my GPU is locked at 2500. It'd actually be lower than that because it's under 30% utilization right now. Yeah, so it's actually still trying to save power right now, even though the control panel is forcing it, where it will boost to anywhere from 28 to 2900 when it's under load. And the problem is, unless you lock your GPU, it'll actually start clocking down and cause like stuttering. It can cause micro stuttering. Fucking McCree just keeps goose stepping on me. What? What are you doing? Why? Okay. He was trying to min-max your teleport. Like, he's just trying to be super aggressive. Like, without good placement or positioning, just to try and kill me. Reaper not make teleport sounds anymore? That was one of the shittiest part of him in Overwatch 1. Was whenever you teleport with him, everyone would just turn and look at you because you make a shitload of sound. Buddy. There it is. Baited out his grenade. And 2-tap. He's gonna have an aimbot grenade again. Dead. We're doing pretty good. Look at my directs. 20% plus directs is pretty good. No. When I look away, guys. That's unfortunate.
Shake it off. On the move.
I'm weird. That's the... Okay. No. Okay. He's literally just fucking looking at me through walls like the moment I show up. Uh-oh. Dude, I fucking hate that. I don't know if that's a bug or what the fuck that is. Yeah, you just see him snap to me through the fucking wall. Shit.
Always more to learn.
Actually, that wasn't through the wall. That was on the other side. That wasn't me. Oh, not that time. So it's another guy that uses banked accuracy. He toggled on a part, toggled off in part of round 1. Gotta go. No. And then toggles on when basically it matters a lot. Guy's positioning's atrocious. Freeze cheating. Toggles on and off throughout the match. Next game. Good. Still not as bad. We had an entire cheat lobby. Well, 4 people in the lobby were cheating earlier. It's like our first or second game. Like right out of the gates. Fucking Fridays, guys. Crazy shit. You know what I'm gonna do for fun? Let's get on fucking Overwatch and pwn some noobs. Yeah, let's all fucking cheat at the same time with burner accounts. That's a great idea. So much fun. Don't stand no chance. Fucking, you just play fucking Call of Duty Zombies if you want to. How's it any different? I mean, that goes without reasoning. A lot of people cheat for a lot of different reasons. Looks like we got a sus McCree. Another one. Based on how many people he's killed.
Score 0-1.
Well, yeah, I think at this point, a lot of people have actually convinced themselves that, like, when they cheat, it's just their skill. And everyone cheats, so obviously everyone should cheat, right? It's just making things even. Making the playing field even, the battlefield even. Pulling some moves, man. Good evening, Verse. And there's some people that are super sadistic assholes. No, missed. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh my god, why does it not work properly? I don't know if that means I'm firing late or firing early. That never used to be a problem either.
Thank you.
That is right on my dick. Okay. I guess Reinhardt wanted to charge off the map for some reason.
Time to pick up where I left off.
You didn't need to.
Over there. Be cautious. There's a test subject.
Oh. Did he actually throw Z?
Making another approach.
Nothing
Yeah.
escapes the sun.
8-16. It's not very good.
Score 1.
Still better than earlier tonight.
is no substitute for a person.
Reckon that's true. Good thing I have both.
Oh my god. Dude, if I ever... My monitor, I swear to god, is going to be the biggest change out of anything that I buy. And I've known that for a while. I've been waiting for my 500 hertz monitor, guys. I want 500 hertz. I don't want a 360 hertz IPS poo-poo panel. That's not good. That wasn't the McCree.
Increasing altitude.
Oh. 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 Oh, trying to line of sight. What? Oh, hey look, the McCree finally got line of sight. Okay.
I don't stay there.
Yep.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
One thing you never gain, no matter how good you get at games, guys, is the ability to look directly at people through walls. It just doesn't happen. Your third eye, Jagan, does not open. You do not gain superpowers. You are just a normal, fleshy human meat bag, sadly. Best you can do is positional audio. Okay. No, that was directed at... Yeah, I knew I was coming around the corner. That last one felt like I was actually around the wall when I got hit by it.
I'm gonna shove them in a locker.
Yeah.
We're outnumbered.
Oh.
Be advised.
That's just the way it goes. Okay. Hey, buddy. Bye, buddy. Might as well. The McCree is definitely cheating. He was not in round 2.
Play of the game.
Yeah. What do you call that? Prepositioning?
Arriving at Conceal. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
That was intended just for me to BM. As is the case, guys, when the game's too easy for you, you obviously have to make your own fun, so. Good. Next game. Apparently this guy knows someone.
Strike from above. Up and away.
Stay close. I can't hear you if you strike.
Hello.
Like a fucking fighter jet. Oh my god. You know what? I want to try one game after this. We're gonna change the setting here. Fucking weird. Oh, you know what it could be? Maybe. Good. Talked to us before, guys. Diva is one of. Oh, there goes Mercy. Oh. Diva's like one of the only characters that you can literally just fucking. Just like bulldog someone down. Just by holding all your cooldowns at the same moment. You can just bulldog someone down. That would have killed me if Mercy didn't save me. Bye. That lamppost just saved the Junkrat, guys. I don't know if you two-tap me right there. What?
I'm under attack. Shake it off.
Don't pass up opportunities to use Barrage while waiting for the perfect one. That is absolutely, unequivocally false. Never use Barrage just because you want to. It is like literally the world's fucking worst ult to just randomly use. Ooh! Almost around the corner. I couldn't pick out where it was. Because if you use Barrage, you will almost always die. 99.9% of the time, you will die. And that's the way it will be. And if you don't get a kill, you just die and do nothing. Furthermore, you can usually get a kill without using Barrage. So, it's like lose-lose. You use up your ult, and you don't get a kill. I know he's literally just trying to fucking kite me. This is why we aren't going over there. Oh look, it was a trap. Left. He was gonna come back. God. Almost. I thought the D was gonna get popped. This is definitely a pre-made, by the way. We're literally right on top of what everyone else is doing. I wish you could see when I was pre-mades, but Blizzard took that away. Because why would you allow people to know when they're at a disadvantage? Yeah. Yeah. Mainly to sell skins, because they know people dicking on other people actually is fun for people. So. In Overwatch 1, they wouldn't let you do that. It's Overwatch 2. Our McCree friend, or excuse me, our soldier friend seems to be accurate. Not good. Dude. Oh, it is. He is back here. You gotta be kidding me. You just spent a bunch of time Going around the side and doing basically absolutely nothing.
Healing fortified.
Oh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker. Repositioning.
Actuating the barrier.
No. Beautiful.
Maximum impact. Aerial positioning.
I was thinking about actually suiciding right there. This guy is very accurate. Not? Oh, I don't know.
All systems nominal.
Feels really accurate.
On the move.
Nano boost administered.
I require healing.
But
Positioning. Thank
now her tank's staggered. That's better than letting her escape, by the way. See, now that was a good ult. But you solo ulted the the diva. Yeah. Because killing a tank's actually a really big deal. Soldier. Christ. I swear to God, guys, Soldier gains evasion. Soldier gains evasion when he's running. Like, you just can't hit him. Hey, buddy. First is dead. Gonna charge me? Yep. Best we could do.
Okay, my head's in the game. Aerial positioning underway. Hello. I am empowered.
Holy shit. By mercy! Oh, yeah. I mean... Oh, they're both the back there. Hopefully we can get the tank to come back. Reaper's busy flanking.
Repositioning. I'm here. I knew they'd come. Thanks for the assist.
Better. I used to be able to do those a lot more, guys.
Was there any doubt?
Let us push!
These almost ours. Don't stop.
Uh-oh. That is a soldier. Wait. needs to die. Oh, buddy. There we go. Oh! 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 Fifth dimensional fighter jet Mercy down, guys. Oh my god! That feels so good! I never used to be able to do those! Hi. Use ChatGPT to write your homework, not Overwatch. Oh, don't thank your healers. The Anno's pretty good too, and obviously we had a heal bot. Woo! Also, Soldier was kind of sus points, but also not sus at other points, so probably not cheating. That was... Hand lobby. 45-17. It always makes you wonder when you see like a someone come in and spectates your games. That happens more and more with me. Maybe I'm growing in popularity, guys. It is the young Farah Ben Sam 123 who's actually middle-aged, but putting that aside. Actually, all things considered, our healers were actually a decent bit worse than their healers were. And their healers had damage, too. Yeah, like, our healers were actually worse than their healers were. I don't know why it fucks up the ordering. That's kind of pain in the ass because it doesn't allow you to... There's a lot of ways you could do a scoreboard a lot better than this, guys. Pretty much every MOBA RTS in existence has a better scoring system than Overwatch does. Despite Overwatch being a highly competitive game, it decides it doesn't want that. Let's actually... People were bitching about ranks. Curiosity. We should be being paired with, like, diamonds and plats and mass. Gold? Oh my god, what happened to this guy? He turned over a new leaf. How do you think he went from gold and silver to, plat and diamond? Guess, you know, stuff in... Always good to see people that improve, right? Eva. Oh, so this guy's crossplay. A couple things of note here, guys, is crossplay. I've definitely, people that crossplay, we have run into people that are using Zims, which will appear a lot like an aimbot, and it's definitely not controller. You can tell when someone has controller aim versus mouse and keyboard. And we've ran into cross-platform players that are definitely using a Zim. And it's not that hard to spot, because it's basically like aim assist only in a mouse and keyboard. It's not like a super great aim, but they'll get close enough where the aim assist does the work and you just die. Deadly. So that's crossplay. I've also seen people that look like they have a wall hack while they're using crossplay, which I don't actually know how that's possible. But it's possible maybe you can... lie to the system or something? I don't know. In Dead by Daylight, it felt that way. Lied about the crossplay symbol. I'll be back, guys. I gotta take a piss. Alrighty. Good. Next game. I said I was going to tweak something. I think we're going to leave this till tomorrow, maybe, or maybe even... because I have my new system I want to set up. my alternative new system. I just ate one of my rockets. Sometimes this game, when you push the fire button, it doesn't actually fire. I don't know why.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Multiple hits confirmed.
Oh!
I don't think so. Mind the gap. Perfect hit. Blast it.
I don't know which one I want to keep yet. We're going to figure this out. I mean, this current system already feels pretty good, but it's been nagging at the back of my mind that the X3D chips might have something kind of special going for them, and I want to try it myself, is what it comes down to. And I'm going to pay basically a premium rental, is what it comes down to. Can't return them, so you have to sell them. And you take a hit when you sell stuff, quite a bit. Even if it's new, it doesn't matter. I want to try out a Sony M50 X3D. I was going to try the 7800 X3D, or if you were to buy a computer right now, guys, I'd 100% tell you, based on the preliminary results, that you should buy a 7800 X3D. Especially with the A620 chipset coming out, means there's going to be $100 motherboards. So a 7800 X3D with A620 is going to be fucking ridiculous for most gamers. Like, it's almost probably going to be a recommended upgrade, depending on how old your processor is.
3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture.
Let's keep each other safe.
Attack and loss. Yeah. More packet loss. What's going on here? Need to go take care of the healers. Good.
The skies await. Feel stronger?
Not so fast.
Railgun charged. Shake it off. Rise and shine. On the move.
No.
Let's take him to the wasteland.
Might as well.
Returning to battle.
Really could use a fucking heal. Went from a heal bot to no one's healing me. Good. She didn't bounce back for some reason. Expected her to come forward and she didn't. She actually didn't heal herself with her grenade. Alright. Well. BAP's very accurate too. This is a pre-made.
All systems nominal.
Good. Oh.
Best round lost.
Wish you could see people's pings, guys. I really do.
0-1.
Actually not doing too horrible. BAP's very accurate, but not really shooting me. Or Anna, excuse me, not BAP.
I was napping. Did anyone read the mission brief? Who's ready to have some fun?
Good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Unlucky. I thought a second there he actually tracked me. No. No, that was, we just got really unlucky. Definitely getting focused. Once again, it'd be fantastic if you could see when you're playing against pre-meds. I pushed him. No, this guy might be cheating. Got eaten a fucking lantern. What the fuck is going on here? Like, I literally left him because I thought he was gonna lantern. And then he didn't lantern. He just noped out. And it looks like he's cheating. No. So he wasn't in round one, he missed a boatload of shots at me. Good.
System repaired.
Reg issues?
Always more to learn. Repositioning. Aerial positioning underway. Blasted.
Yeah, he's 100%. This is 100% a pre-med. His teammates literally fucking came back to assist him while I was chasing him. Aimbot grenade. Anna, very certain, is cheating as well. I don't know about the McCree. He just got really lucky. Anna's cheating.
Returning to battle.
Okay. Let's see. Anna.
Play of the game.
Buckle up. This gunslinger's loaded.
Okay, then McCree, I'm not sure. So somehow that match, guys, that guy got 5 million fucking damage. And the 2 times, basically, he was shooting at me. 3 times. 2 of the times he was shooting at me, he wasn't hitting shit.
Welcome to
I don't know about the Baptiste. Baptiste basically spent the majority of the match not attacking me. The one time that he was attacking me at round 1, it looked like he had an aimbot. But that was the only time he basically shot at me. And pretty sure the McCree also had an aimbot. But I don't know. One time it definitely fucking looked like he had an aimbot and a wall hack. And then the other 2 times it looked like he was just a rando.
Strike from above.
Good. Anna's definitely cheating though. When it's pretty, usually you'll run into DPS that are cheating. It's not I wouldn't say it's relatively rare. You will run into people that are cheating. They'll either play Baptiste or Anna. And sometimes you look at some fucking weird shit. We've seen Mercy's cheating with their fucking bus gun, which is hilarious. Like, there's absolutely no reason you should be running fucking aimbot with the bus gun. But yeah. Where it's like perfectly led like a Hanzo and just fucking flies all over the screen because you have to lead a decent amount to actually hit shots with it.
4, 3,
Good shit.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Is W keying? Probably means he's cheating. When you see people like this that literally don't even position properly and just like walk down the street, it's usually because they're cheating. Because they don't actually need to try. They're just using an aimbot. Good. See? This is McCree again.
Shake it off.
Very certain McCree's cheating. It's right out of the gates, guys. I mean... Like, you can, it's pretty impressive, guys, when you see someone with an aimbot. Like, I call it goose stepping. It's basically someone that basically ignores any sort of positioning or movement, and all they do is just W key to get line of sight on you. Like, they don't give 2 shits about what's happening around them, because their aimbot carries them. And basically, it's like watching a bronze player play with a god-tier aim. Pretty incredible. Oh, I missed it. Come on. Almost. Got him! He could have killed the fucking Bridget. jeez. I didn't get to save the Reinhardt though. Get him? No, he went the wrong way. Clicked too far. Nice. And there's an aimbot grenade. He can't even fucking throw his aimbot grenade right. Reacts too slow. Get him? I don't know, like that railing, guys, this little railing area is super hard to actually get someone off of it. I've tried. There has to be an angle, just perfect angle. And that looked like he shot me through the edge. It literally looked like the bullet hit the edge and then shot my face. Good.
Making another approach.
Well, we're doing better than last round, so. There's an Anna in there. Bounced her off the ledge, guys. What?
Pinpoint accuracy.
Huh.
I don't stay down.
Okay.
Aerial positioning underway.
That looked pretty fucking weird. Playing aside, I'm just randomly fucking firing into the air. After he came around the corner and locked on me. No.
Over and out. Dispersing.
That's where he's going. Wasn't he even ult? Okay. Whatever the fuck that is. That's an ambitious ult, guys. You have to be like within 10 feet to get a kill on someone, but if they aren't watching, sometimes you can do a long-range barrage and get something. That got us 2 kills, that's pretty good. Missed. You gotta be kidding me. I think that was just trying to save him. I don't think that was in response to my E. I hit that like 2 minutes ago. Jesus Christ. 2 HP. What's going on here, guys? The McCree was incredibly accurate, now he's not.
60 seconds remaining.
This ends now.
There's the enemy. Marking the enemy.
That's really delayed. Start. Oh, yeah. What was this match, guys? They went from completely down. I'm still gonna report them, McCree. He like shut off or something. Look at that. I'm pretty sure this guy's cheating too. Maybe they just really suck. But they have aimbots. Like really good accuracy, and then like the moment it attaches, like shooting a wall. Is he cross-platform? Oh, it's Sojourn. Yeah, so that kind of explains that. So incredibly accurate. I don't know if that's a gamepad or a Zim. But that explains exactly what we just saw with the Sojourn. Oh my god. Okay. Gee. Okay. McCree definitely was cheating. He toggled off after P2 for P1 after. I don't know why. I think so. What happens here, guys? Remember how we talked about bank accuracy early in the stream? We talked about bank accuracy. I think what goes on here, guys, is... Hey, I don't report them all. We had a 4-banger earlier tonight. Yeah, we had a 4 report, although one of them I was kind of questionable about. Yeah, this is definitely a complete pre-made. And I ended up reporting 4 people in it. Crazy fucking game. And it's a weekend, it'll happen. And it's obviously quitting time because Idwin showed up. We talked about this before, the bank accuracy. So when someone thinks, especially in quick play, when the game's just a loss, they just give up, and then they just play normally, and their accuracy absolutely tanks. That McCree hit all of his fucking shots up until P1. And then after P1, it was kind of there, and he's doing like some rolling flashbang shit, which also can drive down your accuracy, because all you have to do is hit one chest shot, and then a flashbang, right? And then you just miss a bunch of shots, and I'll guarantee you a kill, because it's an ability. But yeah. Like, what they'll do is they'll bank their accuracy, so if it's a loss, they just give up. We've seen this before, where we have people that are performing extremely well, and then they just stop. They literally just fucking stop. And you're like, what happened? Where was that? That McCree just came out of the gates, just hitting every single fucking one of his shots. They get P1, and then just doesn't do anything anymore. Yeah, he's just like, hey, I'm done being good. Weird, huh? It's weird how some people are so consistently inconsistent where they get really good and then they just stop being good at kind of milestones in their life. Fucking weird. I wish I could do that. I just have problems with just being bad and then being good and then being bad. Seems to be on a daily basis. Not in a game. It doesn't happen per game. That was fucking weird. This guy has the crossplay going for him. So that was aim assist is what we saw there, which makes a lot of sense. That's why his aim looked fucking weird as shit, because it was. Because either he had a gamepad or he has a Zim. Don't know. He wasn't super amazing, so I'm guessing it was just a gamepad. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening as Idwin showed up. He has told me that my shift is now done because he showed up in the first place. But, yeah. Out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. I have a 7950X3D, and it'll probably be no different. I think I might put it in after my stream's done here tonight in the morning, because I got a little bit of time after the stream here. It'll probably be no different than my 13900K. But this has been, like, I'm paying a rental fee is what it comes down to, because I'm going to sell either my 13900K or the 7950X3D. I'm going to sell one of the two. And it's been nagging at the back of my mind. I've wanted an X3D chip since the 5800X3D. And it's just been sticking there. And the 7900 series, or 7000 series, wasn't even bad to begin with, nor was a 13000 series, to be perfectly honest. If you want an all-in-one solution, I would recommend a 7800 X3D, or get a 13000, like a 13700K. 13000 series does 8 asymmetrical chip design, so P and E cores, or in the case of AMD, we now have cache and frequency cores, right? In the case of those two variants, Intel does it much better, which basically chops off the 7950 and the 7900 X3D. I would definitely not recommend 7900 X3D. 7800 X3D has one chiplet, and it all has the cache on it, so you don't need to worry about that at all. That's not even a problem. 7950 X3D, what I plan on doing is pushing all my system processes to the frequency core, because there's a feature to do that, and then manually assigning each game to the cache cores. And I think it's going to work out pretty good. It sounds like it'll work out pretty good. And whether or not it is better than this, I don't fucking know. I don't know. But I'm willing to pay basically, like $150 rental fee? Yikes. But that being said, I also don't upgrade all the time. So I didn't upgrade my video card since the 2000 series came out, 2080. And that was definitely part of my problem, was my ancient video card. It wasn't that I need a 4090, it was rather that I needed a new video card is basically what it came down to. Either my older video card had problems or just the architecture is just better. I don't know which it was, but there's a notable difference between them, between the two. And it's not because my GPU is running at 30%. I probably could have got a 4070 Ti and been fine. And I would have preferred to get an XTX, but because of my streaming setup and the way everything works here, I need to have an NVIDIA video card, and that limited my options. If you're looking for a high-end option right now, I'd definitely recommend an XTX, but I don't really have an option. So, and a 4080 was just a shitty 4090, which is why I didn't buy one, to be perfectly honest. And it wasn't a better deal. It's linearly same ratio of price performance to the 4090, only it's cheaper. And I don't know, maybe this will last me 4 years again. We'll see how it goes. It is literally, they aren't joking about the size of the 4090. It is literally like the size of my motherboard. I'm not even joking. It's like this. It literally looks like this, and it's this big, guys. It is actually this big. Yeah, it's like you put a brick into your computer, like it just impedes airflow. I would have liked the Founders Edition, but those are really hard to get a hold of. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, we'll see where it goes, guys. Anyways, most interesting out of all this, guys, I didn't really want a CPU. I didn't really want a GPU. What I really, really fucking want is a new monitor. My monitor is a piece of shit. And I've known it's a piece of shit basically since I got it, and I went past the return period, and I was like, this doesn't feel like the original monitor I bought, and it wasn't. I'm pretty sure they did a swap-a-roo on it. But been waiting. That's the waiting game until the 540 hertz TN panel comes out. It's a waiting game. I'm not buying an OLED purely because OLEDs have burn-in problems still, and it sounds like the holy grail of technology, because it kind of really is for video games, but it has burn-in, and that will... Yeah, I don't want to see menus on my screen. That would be very distracting, so, yeah. That's what she said. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the thing cam. Yeah, I should actually put the thing at the top there. Occasionally you can see it move. It's like a pug. It doesn't really do much of anything. Occasionally you see it move when I'm playing games, but not really. But alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2, so you guys have to look forward to or not to look forward to. I will more than likely be playing on my 7950 X3D tomorrow, and this is 1300K, so I've gotten basically 3 weeks with this thing, almost a month with 1300K, and essentially 4 days with the new video card, which is also something you have to grow into so you can notice the differences. I'd honestly say I haven't had enough time to get really, really situated with the new video card, because I've only had it since Tuesday. So it's been 3 days, I think, and I don't think that's enough time to get used to all the nuances of it and the overall feel of the system. But this is what we got to work with. So I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed all the cheaters, which is what the cheat weekday turns into. Make sure to hit the follow button in the top right-hand corner. I usually stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, it depends on what's going on in my life, guys, what's happening, etc., etc. The usual shenanigans, guys. But I'm out here for this evening. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.